see if that works. All right, I think that actually just worked. So I think we might be good here. Let's see if that works. Yeah, there we go. I've got sound, finally. All right, let's try this again. What's going on, beautiful people? Live storm chasing is back. It's been a while since we've been able to stream, but here we are. We have an enhanced risk, mainly for wind. There is a little bit of a tornado threat that comes in with it, but this is going to be primarily a wind risk due to the fact that there is no instability in place. Storms are still far off to my west. I did start streaming early because Illinois Weather Watch needs my stream. So he's got to go ahead and get it going because he's going live, so I'm live now. I probably won't be too much longer before I am heading out looking for stuff, but we've already got severe thunderstorm warnings and a tornado warning to our west out near West Plains, Missouri. So we'll see how quick the storm moves into our area. I don't know if it's going to come in soon or not, but I have this stream mainly going for IWW. There is a message, and as we speak, they just dropped another tornado watch. So the area that I'm under, I am currently in Paducah, right along the Ohio River. That way I could drop up into Illinois if I need to. They've got a tornado watch all the way out as far east as Owensboro, Kentucky, moving up towards Jasper, Indiana, and up. So there is a very large swath of tornado watches that are out right now, all the way from Jacksonville, Texas, running all the way north past Peoria, Illinois. So that is a very large swath of tornado watches that they have out there. There's currently 3 out right now. Yeah, so no, 4. There are 4 total tornado watches that all stitch together into one tornado watch. So I am going to have to watch closely what these storms are doing to my west. But again, they're still kind of far out. I've got this going right now for Illinois Weather Watch so that he can grab my stream and go ahead and get everything set up. Because there is severe thunderstorm warnings to the north of me that are moving into Illinois, but I'm not concerned of those because it's not as sheared of an environment to produce a tornado risk. I'm worried about down here where there is more of a tornado risk. So pretty much now is just waiting up. There's a second tornado warning in Arkansas. So we've got tornado warnings popping up on these lines here, on this line. So this thing could pack a punch, especially coming into the overnight. And as it moves through Kentucky, it should hopefully throughout the night lose a little bit of steam, but I'm not going to sit here and say that it's not going to be severe. It very well could still pack quite a bit of a punch as it cuts all the way across Kentucky overnight. So keep that in mind as we go through. I'm assuming it's going to be the I-65 corridor by midnight, hopefully. So we'll see what happens. But for now, we're waiting. So storms are getting up there. If you want to notice something different that I've done this year, I've kind of consolidated the information that's displayed. I still have the time up there, but if you can see, I've also got a radar down there, and if you look in the center of it, that white circle, that is where I am at currently. That is my current location, and it will move with me. So you guys can see the storm that I'm on and determine if it's relative to your area and where I'm at in position with this or in relation to the storm. So that's something new that I have done to the stream, and I'm excited about it. So I'm hoping that it goes really well. It's something I've been wanting to do for a while. I've had a lot of trial and error, but I finally got it working. So that is something cool that we've added on. And other than that, we're pretty much going to have to just wait for these storms to get up. Again, I started the stream early so that Zach with Illinois Weather Watch can go ahead and get my stream loaded into his, because he's got to go live because there's storms to my north that are going severe. But again, I'm not worried about those. I'm worried about the stuff down here, probably along the Ohio River, that have a little more of a tornado potential to them. So that's where we're at. That's what we're doing. So we'll kind of see how this goes as time moves on. We should have already had another SBC update, which they never upgraded. They did expand the enhanced risk even farther. So I'm finally seeing that. There's another tornado. So we've got tornado warnings popping up left and right along this line now. So I would expect it to be a pretty good night. So, and you guys may, depending on whether my camera or the stream camera is able to see me, you guys may actually see what Project 2026 is. So if you stick around with us and we get to a point where something good starts happening, you guys may get to see what Project 2026 is, because I have not announced it yet. So we'll see how the night goes. Hopefully I can get something good on it. I've got a few things with it so far, but nowhere near what I want. But I also knew that I would have to wait for spring before I could get any kind of position to get what I want with my new project. So if you stick around long enough, when we start getting on storms, y'all may get to see it in action. So again, this is going to be pretty boring for probably another hour or so. I've got this up so Zach from Illinois Weather Watch can get my stream up. So storms are nowhere near me yet. So I'm just going to wait a little bit. Probably should go point the car out somewhere. You point the car outwards, go park by these dumpsters. So I'm pointing out. All right, again, for anybody tuning in, we are currently waiting on storms to our west to come in. There'll probably still be a little bit, so we'll see what happens. I've got this up so Zach from Illinois Weather Watch can get my stream up and running, which I guess I could jump over and look and see how he's doing with his. But we do have a tornado warning coming into Illinois to my north. I'm not concerned with the north. I'm concerned more down here because the wind shear is a little bit better. So I'm going to stick to my guns. I'm not going to take the bait with the northern stuff and then miss out on stuff down here. I'm going to hold off and see what this stuff does. That's coming this way. I'm staying along the Ohio River, western Kentucky, southern Illinois, that area. And hopefully it pays off. We've got better wind shear, a better environment to hopefully support some tornadic activity. If anything, we're still going to have a pretty good windbag, so maybe we'll get lucky and see a shelf cloud, and maybe you guys will get lucky and see what Project 2026 is. You'll have to pay real close attention to it, but once I really start getting my stuff that I need for it, and y'all start seeing it up on the page, I think it's going to be a real huge thing that we can bring on. I maybe have only seen one other person trying this, and that was after I come up with the idea. So if you guys get lucky, y'all get to see what this year's project is, and hopefully for years moving forward. So Let's watch these storms. So yeah, so there's those 2 tornado warnings that are coming up this way. Depending on what they do, I could jump on them. I want to see how quick they're moving, how fast they make it to this area. So I'm not gonna bite the bait just yet. We've got some scattered showers that are getting ready to come through the area. Hang on, I got somebody coming up here. Alright, we have drawn quite the crowd since I've been here, even before I started streaming. Before I streamed, or started the stream, I had all kinds of people riding by. So, I expect that to keep it up, because I'm sure the people around Paducah don't really see storm chasers that often. I know Mayfield's used to me, because any time that I go west and end up going that way, Mayfield's my fuel stop. Because it takes 3/4 of a tank of gas from home base to get to Mayfield. So I'm sure everybody at the Hucks in Mayfield is used to me by now. So, but not this one. I don't think I've been to this one yet. I think I've been by this area before once, but I'm sure people out here aren't used to storm chasers. So it is quite the crowd that we have been drawing. So, some multi-string chat. Oh, okay. All right. Still pretty windy. Zach's talking. Let's see.
Blaze Abner, do you have a copy?
Go ahead.
Just doing a quick test, sir. We are live on air.
Same here. Hear you loud and clear.
Awesome, sir. It looks like you got some fans out there already want to take photos with you.
Yes, sir. We have drawn quite the crowd since I pulled into here. All right. Can I talk to Zello on my watch? No, I cannot. I was hoping that my watch would play Zello. That would have been fantabulous if I was able to do it on my watch. Alright, so, like I said, Kevin said it's my magnetic personality. I love it. I think it's just the car. The car is the magnet more than I am. If I was a magnet, I wouldn't be single. So, let's check on Zach's stream here and see how he's doing with his. Go on to his, see how he's doing.
That is the tornado watch. Tornadoes likely with a couple intense tornadoes possible. And when they say intense, they mean the widespread damage and wind isolated significant gusts to 80 miles per hour. That's the big one right there. Isolated significant.
Oh, Zach's gonna really love everybody asking about towns. Oh yeah. Yeah, so I'm checking out Zach's stream real quick, see what we got here. So.
You heard it, new tornado warning issue, Calhoun County, Jersey County. So that's that storm you're watching there. Initially, this might be just an update.
It is.
See how that sounds on the stream picture. You guys can hear it. warning just came out. 4:09 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 8 miles south of Hardin, or 13 miles southeast of Pillsbury, moving east of 35. That is this storm right here. We can actually go ahead and dig back in and see what the...
All right, so yeah, so we're watching Zach's stream too. All right, so that's pretty good. For those of you that are still with us or maybe just be joining in, we are waiting on storms to come to us. We've already got several tornado warnings to our west right now, a very big cluster of them to our west actually. So if those stick up, we are going to have a very active chase as we look at what these are doing. Like I said, there are tornadoes in Illinois to my north. I'm not taking that bait. The environment up there is not as sheared as this one. Down here, it's a little more favorable. So I'm gonna stick it out. I'm gonna wait it. I'm gonna trust my guns on this one because my past couple chases, I have kind of dodged away from my gut and it didn't pay off very well. So I'm going to stick to my gut on this one. I think down here along the Ohio River where I am at, I am currently in Paducah or just west of Paducah, where I have access to go up into Illinois, down towards Tennessee. Wherever I need to go, I've got a pretty good access right here by Paducah. So I'm sitting here along the Ohio River. I think this is a much more favorable area for tornadoes, and that obviously is what I'm after. Wind is really cool, but I just dealt with enough of that fighting for my life trying to drive up here, keeping my car in a straight line. So we're going to wait on those. There's a lot of wind shear in place. I mean, just looking up at the clouds, I could see the wind shear. So you can see like the low level clouds down here are moving this way, but you can see above them, they're moving a different direction. So that's you can literally look at the sky when there's clouds and tell that wind shear is in place. So I'm going to stick to my guns here, and hopefully that pays off. I put a lot of work into trying to forecast where to go because this is such a wide swath of where these severe storms are supposed to be. So, I mean, from Texas all the way up through Illinois. So, I mean, it's hard to pick out an exact area, almost impossible to pick out an exact area in that big of a range. So, hopefully that pays off for me. So I'm sticking to my guns. I'm staying along the Ohio River. I think that's going to be my best chance of getting what I want. And we'll see what happens, because my 2026 project, I really need something going for it. So I've got to try to kickstart it. We're halfway through March, and I still really don't have much to show for with it. So I've got to get something going. So I'm going to stick to my guns, trust my forecast, and not jump too early. So we'll see how that goes. We're going to let the storms come to us. I've got the stream going early so that Zach with Illinois Weather Watch can have that up on his stream, because he's already streaming. So kind of working for the boss man here with this one. Here soon, when it is time to go, I'm going to go fill up with fuel, which, I mean, you can tell I've got a really, really long drive to go get gas. So I'm not sure if I have enough gas to make it. But anyway, there are some clusters of showers coming to us. I'm not concerned with those. Those are going to cool the environment off a little bit, but I don't think it's going to hurt it as much as some people think. And actually, I think they're kind of aiding dew points temporarily, because behind them, we've got dew points going up into the 60s, which will also aid tornado genesis if we do get storms that pop up with those 60s dew points. So right now, the moisture return is kind of sticking with the way forecast guidance showed it, but it didn't account for the rain coming through, and I think in that evaporating rain is contributing. And if it does contribute to dew points, it's going to be temporarily. It's not going to stick around. We've got too much wind blowing. It's just going to blow it away. The real deep moisture return we really needed was from the Gulf, which we did not get enough of it. I mean, we got some, but not much, which is why we're saying this is going to be primarily a wind shear fueled environment, less instability like a traditional tornado threat. But if you do get storms pop up where you do have dew points, you know, up in the 60s, those are going to be the ones where tornado genesis is going to be the most likely. So we'll kind of see. I'm sticking along the Ohio River. We're going to see what happens. Hopefully it pays off for me, but we'll find this out. Like I said, cluster of tornado warnings to my west. There's 3 of them. They're updating it, so there's 3 of them to my west right now, all in line with each other. So that's radar indicated, and radar indicated. So nothing is confirmed yet, which is good for the people that live there that nothing's confirmed. But we'll kind of see how that goes. Anybody that wasn't here when I first started up with the stream, some new things that we're doing, if you were with us last year for our live streams, is we've consolidated the layout quite a bit. If you remember last year, we had a lot going on. We've also had a lot change with us. You know, we've separated from the Indiana Weather Network. We are partnered with Illinois Weather Watch at the moment. So, but I'm choosing to leave that off because Illinois Weather Watch is doing their streams a little different than the IWN days. So I don't really need to keep the IWN sponsorship stuff quite up there. I really like the condensed layout, but it also gave me room to add in what you see in the bottom right corner, you can see a little radar, and if you see that little circle in the center of that radar screen, that is my location, and it follows me, so it stays centered all the time, so you guys can see what the radar looks like, where I'm at, and you can see the town names. You can try to confirm whether I am close to your town and you need to be worried about this storm, and if I am close to your town, you can see what that storm is doing, what it looks like, to hopefully be a little better prepared. Hopefully that helps with a little bit of non-verbal communication, because when I get going with storms and stuff, a lot of times I forget to check the stream, check the comments. So this is a great way for you guys, without having to ask me, to see where I'm at, what I'm looking at, and what the storms look like. And then hopefully that could also be a little bit of an education piece where you can see what I'm looking like, or what I'm looking at, and what the radar looks like compared to what I'm looking at. So, I mean, I think it'll be a great thing. That's something I've been wanting to do. I've had a lot of trial and error come into this. So, I'm just happy that we're back to live streaming. I'm happy I've got that going like I wanted to. So, maybe one day we'll be big enough that we can just send the stream or our feed directly back to somebody sitting in a stationary place where we get a stable stream that doesn't rely on cell service, which that's another thing I'm looking to fix. Starlink is coming more and more affordable, so I have really had my eyes on possibly doing some Starlink and getting away from cell service, because most of our storm chasing is in rural areas, and if you know anything about rural areas and cell service, they don't mix. So there's not a lot of cell service in rural areas, and that's what I'm trying to rely on. So I'm hoping to hopefully fix that at some point. I've got a lot of people watching my stream now. Heck yeah. So for everybody that's tuning in, we are waiting on storms to our west to make their way to us. We've got some pop-up showers that need to clear out of the area first. I'm mainly focused on a cluster of tornado warnings directly to my west, near Mountain View, Missouri, northwest of Poplar Bluff. So I'm probably going to shoot up into Illinois if those keep going. But for now, I'm going to stick to my guns, stay right here by the Ohio River, see what happens here. So hopefully all of our forecasting paid off and we get what we need out of it. What is this, a damage report? There is a damage report. Let's see what it says. Trees down. So these storms are currently packing a punch with wind. I mean, we've got damage reports, trees down so far. There's a station showing 30-knot winds, which is about 35 miles per hour out in Missouri on the stuff that's coming towards us. And that's just what it could catch in a little bitty burst. It doesn't stay updated. It kind of goes in increments. It goes every like 10 minutes or something, it'll update. So that's only what it had, about that 10-minute time frame. What time did this one take? Let me see. Where's the time? I gotta try to decode this. 21:10. So 9 minutes ago. 9 minutes ago there was 30 mile or 35 mile an hour winds. So that was before that line really got to it. So that should just show the power of what's coming this way. I'm just going to stick to my guns. It's probably going to be another hour or so before this stuff is within reach for me to go ahead and move a little bit. I'll have to fill up before I leave, which, as you can tell, I've got a really long way to go before I get gas. So by this point, it's a waiting game. So I've got this stream up now so that Zach with Illinois Weather Watch can use it on his, because he's already live because of storms to my north that are tornado warned, and there's a report. There's a funnel cloud report to my north. So anybody that's in the St. Louis area, there is a funnel cloud reported right along the state line just north of St. Louis around Grafton. So if you know anybody in that area, have them pay attention to that storm, because there's a funnel cloud reported. That means the storm is trying to touch the ground. So, but yeah, by this point, I'm sticking along the Ohio River. I think this is going to be the most favorable region if a tornado were to occur. I don't necessarily want to bust into Missouri because the river crossings are very low and very scarce. And with how quick this storm could eventually end up moving, any kind of deviation I would have to make would be detrimental to my position on this storm. So I don't want to go somewhere and then have to go half an hour south to try to take a bridge, because by that point I'm way out of position. Might as well call the chase. So I'm going to play it safe and play it smart and just stick right where I'm at in Kentucky, where I already have plenty of road options. If I go up into Illinois, I've got plenty of road options to keep up with this storm. So we're just going to wait on this line to get here. It's a waiting game by this point. So we'll see how this ends up panning out. This is mainly a wind shear fueled environment. So if you guys were able to see different layers of clouds, all y'all can see on the stream is the lower level. So the lower layer of clouds is moving this way, but above it, they're moving this way. So that shows a change of direction with height. So with that change of direction and height, that is wind shear. That is exactly the definition of wind shear. So that says that we've got what we need for this system to go. We've got what we need for storms that form to rotate. So it's a matter of them taking advantage of the environment at play. The airport, what airport? I don't know what airport you're referring to. And there is a delay in the stream, by the way. So when you ask a question, it's probably 30 seconds before I can even see it. So let's see what Evansville. Okay, so the Evansville region, they are under the gun. They're in about the strongest or the highest risk for tornadoes, albeit they're on the edge. So it's mainly going to be a wind threat, but the tornado threat is not zero. So pay attention to storms that come through, because we do have what they need to rotate, and all it takes is for them to touch the ground. So like I said, mainly a wind threat, but it's mostly going to be a wind threat. But the tornado threat, it's still evident. Not as high as a traditional outbreak, but it's still there. So we're just waiting. I'm waiting on these waiting on the line of showers that's getting ready to hit me now, which they've got lightning coming out, but these are very elevated. I mean, I'm looking at them over there to my west. They've got some lightning, but they are elevated, so these are not what I'm concerned with. I am concerned with the stuff that is behind those. There's going to be a little bit of gap from there, and then there's stuff that's behind them, and that's what I'm watching for. That's when I'm planning on actually doing something. So this is a waiting game. I've got the stream up so that Zach from Illinois Weather Watch can put that on his, because we are streaming with him as well. So if you are in an area that is currently being affected by the line of storms to the north, tune in to Illinois Weather Watch and see what Zach is showing you all on there, because we do have a tornado warning with a funnel cloud report to the north around the St. Louis area. I'm not taking that bait, because I'm not saying that environment is not completely capable of producing a tornado. I just think down here is the most capable, and that's what I go after. So there's a very large area at risk of tornadoes. I mean, incredibly huge. You don't see one very big or this big very often. So, what is that? Snow squall warning. All right, so you've got a line of severe storms coming through St. Louis, and then behind it, to the east of Kansas City, there is a snow squall warning. So, that pretty much shows a lot of that shows what causes the lift here. The cold front coming through is what's causing the lift to get the storms going. So right behind these storms, you've got temperatures in the 30s. We've got like 32, 33 right along the Missouri-Kansas border, while the Missouri-Illinois border, you've got 60s, almost 70s with severe weather. So that shows what is fueling this setup here is a cold front. And then you got all the wind shear. That's where your tornado risk is coming from. It's all the wind shear. So it's going to be a primary wind threat with a secondary tornado threat. And that secondary tornado threat is what I am after. So right now the SPC has a 10% SIG 1 outlined. That means 10% tornado probabilities on any storm. And then the SIG 1, which stands for Conditional Intensity Guide, or I don't remember what the G stands for, but it's conditional intensity, and that basically the 1 stands for reasonable max strength is EF2 plus. There are three SIG levels: SIGs 1, 2, and 3. SIG 1 is reasonable max intensity of EF2 plus. SIG 2, reasonable max intensity of EF3 plus. And SIG 3 is reasonable max intensity of EF4 plus, which the SIG 3 days are reserved for your absolutely diabolical tornado outbreaks. Days that I would call documentary days. They're the days that you know that there's going to be a documentary after, because the tornadoes that touch down could be very violent. We don't have that today. We've got a SIG 1. So that basically means that EF2 is your reasonable max intensity. That doesn't mean that you couldn't get just a random rogue storm that just goes buck wild. It's absolutely possible, but it's just unreasonable to go ahead and start talking about that, because that is just such an outlandish scenario. But we do know outlandish scenarios happen. But I think a day like today, where you really don't have the instability, I think EF2 is a great reasonable max. I mean, whatever you get from tornadoes and their strength is going to be purely what this wind shear can make it do. It's going to be spinning as quick as the wind shear can make it. So you don't have very many variables at play to determine what your tornado intensity would be. So most of the tornadoes that touch down are going to be weak, EF1, EF0, EF1s, but you could have an EF2 here and there within this, depending on how many tornadoes touch down, where they touch down, and the environment they touch down in. So I think it's reasonable to think that somewhere we'll probably see a tornado today, but it's a matter of where and whether I can get to it. So, and it's hard to pinpoint exactly where. So let me jump over and check Zach's stream real quick over here. Is that hail? Is that hail? There's definitely wind on it. It's in the cone of uncertainty. That's going to be part of the problem. I don't like that it's in the cone of uncertainty. So it's really hard to tell what this thing's doing. But really, they're just pop-up showers. So I'm not gonna over-infatuate myself with little pop-up storms. So I'm gonna let these go, and then I'll see what else I can do. Is there another spot up here that I can set up at? Hopefully get a shot to the west so y'all can see the storms. I'm gonna find somewhere to set up where y'all can see the storms. There's a parking lot here. I don't know what that building is. There's a 5-star right there. That actually would be golden. Set up at that 5-star. So I think that's where I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go to that 5-star. Plus, I really like 5 stars, so we'll go to that 5-star. Yeah, we're gonna go to that 5-star. I like 5 stars, and I get discounts through 5 star. So we'll go to 5 star. So we're going to go a little farther west. That'll put us closer to where we need to be to move on any of these storms that happen wherever we need to move to. Plus, I just like 5 stars, and that'll set me up in a position where hopefully I can point you guys west. That way you can see the stuff that's incoming before I take off and actually go after them. So. We might get a little wet. Definite heavy splotch of rain to our west. I mean, you can already see, you can't see anything beyond that, so that means that's a pretty good splotch of rain. So we'll see how that goes. Looks like I may need to figure out how to stabilize the mount for the Stream phone. I went through during the off season and overhauled the mounts and setups and all that we have. So this one seems like it's a little wobblier. Looking at the screen that it comes off of for the Stream, it doesn't look like it's like affecting the quality. I mean, you can still see, but you can tell that it's vibrating. So I may need to tweak it just a little bit to stabilize it a little better, which really isn't that big a deal. So it's all it does is it helps the phone sit a little closer, so when we come up on something that I want to show you guys, I can just easily grab it and go for it. So it's a lot easier than what last year's setup was. Last year's setup, I had to push a small little button on the back of the mount, unplug a cord, all that. This is a MagSafe mount, so it charges while it's sitting on there through the magnet, and if I need to show something, I just grab and go. Then when I'm ready, I just put it right back on and it's right back to charging. So saves so much time whenever that time matters. Great time to see that map, that radar that I have, it moves with me. So as I move around, that will continue to move with my location, which I think is incredible. I love that it does that. I love that that is available to me. I finally found that. I went through a lot of trial and error and a lot of distracted driving with other programs until I figured out how to get this one that I already had to do it. So I'm happy with it. I'm glad that it does it. So it makes my life so much easier. Especially when it comes to showing you guys where I'm at with a certain storm and in relation to it. There's only one issue I'm having, but that's something that I can hopefully resolve with time or experiment with programs that do allow to do the function that I'm needing it to do. So what's good about it too is it will show you single site imagery. instead of like what your news station weather rating or weather app or whatever will show you on the radar, they use what's called MRMS, which is multi-radar, multi-sensor. So it takes every radar image and blends them together into one seamless thing, and that is grossly inaccurate in terms of seeing what's going on with storms. Single sight is the most accurate way to go because you're seeing raw exactly what the radar's seeing. So you guys get to see that on my stream, and you get to see where I'm at in relation to a storm, to see if that storm is maybe heading towards your town or near you, and you can see what it's doing and take action. So I love that we finally got that. I'm really happy that we were able to that is a very sharp hill. Alright, we're almost to our destination. Where we're going, the whole 5-star. Love 5-star. 5-star, if you're watching, I'd love a sponsorship. Lightning behind me, I saw it on the reflection from that car in front of us. So these storms are getting enough to be able to produce lightning that are going to come through here, but they're just basic thunderstorms, just some rain. The main event that I'm after is to the west. It's still pretty far to the west, so I'm not counting on it to do much. Or I'm not counting on it to be here for a little bit at least. So. Alright, this is perfect. I got a perfect spot to point you guys to the west. Perfect spot to point you all to the west. Alright. So now we wait. We should be getting ready to get these showers come over, which will be good because now we can turn our focus to the stuff to the west that's coming at us. Huge swath of severe thunderstorm warnings in the area. So yeah, so we've already got recorded gusts up in the 60s on this line, all the way along this line. There's wind damage. So these things are creating damage. Probably tree damage. Yep, tree down. What's this other one? Probably a tree down, I bet. Now if my screen will let me tap it. There we go. Tree down. And then the one we just looked at is a tree down. There's a tree into a house. So yeah, so these are causing damage as it chugs along. There is a line of severe thunderstorm warnings from Springfield, Illinois, all the way down past Tyler, Texas. So this is a very strong line, mainly fueled by the wind shear. So we're just going to let this line move closer to us, and then hopefully it can do something good for us. So we'll see how that goes. Have an EF2. Hey guys, please. Jesus. We just looked at as a tree down.
Blaze out, or do you have a guy?
Go ahead.
Hey, we're live on air. Just looking for an update. How's it feel out there right now?
Well, right now we are looking temperatures in the 70s. Dew points are in the mid 50s. Do happen to notice some 60s right behind this little bitty cluster that's getting ready to come over my area over here. So I'm curious to see how that plays into the storms as we go. But the wind has died down a little bit. I'm just waiting on this line of showers to get ahead of me so that I can see what's coming out of the storm.
Awesome, buddy. Thanks for the update, and we'll keep an eye on you.
Awesome, copy that. All right, so you guys just heard Zach from Illinois Weather Watch. He is also streaming my stream onto his stream from his page, Illinois Weather Watch. He has got a very vast coverage of the entire system. So if you're looking for coverage of the whole system, or maybe you live in Illinois and I'm not covering your area, you might switch over to his stream. That way you can watch what's going on in your area, and then you can still see what I'm doing in the corner of his stream, the top left corner. And then if I get something good going on, he will bring it up full screen. But I've got my stream up early so that he can use it. He can see it, he can use it, because he needed it early, which is fine. So we're just going to wait for a while, wait on these storms coming up. There are plenty of storms going into Illinois to our north. I'm not taking the bait on those yet. I think the most favorable area is down here along the Ohio River. So I'm going to stick to my guns with that. I'm going to hope that I'm right, because I need something to pay off for me. So we'll see how this pans out, I should say. So looks like we're getting some raindrops on us now. So that's good. That's something I wanted to see, get some rain going. So we'll see how these go. I need to wait for this line of storms to get out from in front of us, get past us, and then see what the environment does as this other stuff comes towards us. So yeah, like I said, there is a line of severe thunderstorm warnings from Springfield, Illinois, all the way down to Tyler, Texas. So this is a very vast system. So a lot of people are going to end up getting impacted by this in one way or another. Whether they actually get the wind gusts out of this or not will depend on the evolution of the storm and the individual pockets of the storm as it advances along. Because not everywhere in this line of storms is going to act the exact same. Even though it's all one big line, it's all still dependent on the individual environment. So if your environment turns to crap, it's going to turn into just rain showers. While if your environment still has the stuff that can make storms really go boom, then the storms are very probably going to go boom. So it's very dependent on what the environment at your location is to determine what actually goes on at your house. So just because storms in Tyler, Texas are going haywire doesn't mean a storm up by Springfield, Illinois is going to be doing the same. So it's all going to be dependent as we get closer to the night what the environment really ends up doing. Will determine what your individual area could end up seeing storm-wise. So
Foremost, Beth has a meet and greet for Commissioner on Chapter 230. So the depot.
We've got all kinds of things popping up. All kinds of damage indicators coming up now from people reporting damage from these line of storms. me go out. Let me keep checking on my stream here. Louisville will be hit. Yes, I do believe that Louisville will see this line come through there. It's probably going to see it more into the overnight hours. I don't think that it's going to be hit during the daytime. I also don't think that Louisville has as much of the tornado threat as it does the straight line wind threat. So Louisville definitely will see this line come through there, but I don't think the tornado threat is going to be as high. It's going to be more of a straight line wind detail with the tornado. If a tornado does touch down, which is still possible, it's just not as great as it is over here close to the Mississippi River. So, but yes, Louisville will see this line of storms. The question is, how strong will they be, especially going into the overnight hours when what little bit of instability we do have really starts to die off. So, all right. Here. Oh gosh, not what I want. Okay. Check. So I'm not going. Oh, is that it? Ooh. All right. For those that are tuning in, we are still waiting for a line of storms that's to our west to make its way this way. I do believe that where I'm at along the Ohio River, around the Paducah area, is at the greatest risk for what these storms could pack. I've got the stream started early so that Illinois Weather Watch can utilize my stream. But in terms of what I'm after, it's still not in the area yet. We still got a little bit to go. So, yeah, Leanne, so the problem that we have right now is we don't have much moisture in the atmosphere. That's the problem that we run into. So normally for a traditional severe weather outbreak, you have a lot of moisture get surged up from the Gulf. It gets surged up into the area. And then when the sun comes out and it heats it up and it really drives that surface heating and gets that air lifting, that's where your typical issues come when it comes to severe weather in the normal sense. Right now, we don't really have much of that instability. So without having a lot of that moisture, we're really kind of relying on the wind shear to take over and do its thing. Now, do I think that there's still plenty of kinematics available? Not really thermodynamic. When you hear us talk about thermodynamics and kinematics, thermodynamics is the air, like the temperature, the dew point, that kind of stuff acting together to do its part. And then the kinematics, that's the wind, between the surface level winds, the upper level winds. Those are your kinematics. We've got plenty of kinematics in place. We don't really have the thermodynamics. And that's why they really haven't pressured much about this severe weather setup. Now, if we had the same wind profile and had 75 degrees with 68 to 70 dew point, it would be a very, very long day, for sure. But since we don't really have the thermodynamics in place, we really don't have much really for the storms to work off thermally. So a lot of what's going on is that cold front's coming through, and that's creating the lift instead of your instability. So that's what's causing storms to go up and actually become storms. And then the wind shear, the insane amount of wind shear that we have right now with, 70 to 80 knot, 850 millibar winds, which is about a kilometer above our heads, along with a huge 500 millibar jet, which is about 5 to 6 kilometers above our heads. We've got a huge wind profile that's really allowing this to do something. We just don't have the thermals that it needs, if that kind of makes sense. So what is crazy is that we are doing a severe weather chase today, and 1 year ago today, we were doing the same thing. There was severe weather a year ago today. That was actually a pretty decent outbreak, a decent tornado outbreak a year ago. So crazy how these things just kind of come around and shows this time of year that really you should always be on alert. So kind of let this thing, because y'all can see if my dot still popped up on GR. It is not. So that's something else I'm going to have to keep going after, is making sure that this still shows. There we go. All right. So now we're back to seeing what we're supposed to be seeing. So when you look on my stream here, you should see in the bottom right corner, you'll see that radar that's up there. And there should be a white circle. That white circle is my location, and it will follow me as I move around, as long as it doesn't go away. I think if I sit for too long, it goes away. So that might be part of the problem. That's something else that I've got to address. This is the first time I've actually used something to track my location. So it's going to take a little bit for me to actually get all the kinks and bubbles worked out with it. So, gosh darn, it went away again. I have an idea, actually, that I could probably use to keep it from going away, actually. So, always have backup plans available. So I'll tell you exactly what I'm going to do. I'll plug that up. I'm going to go into my settings. I'm going to change the display options. That way it stays up over there. I always have a way around everything. So, extend. We'll put this one over here. Open up GR. We'll reset this so that it shows where we are. And then we'll drag it over to the other screen. And now it should stay where I need it to. Theoretically. Theoretically, it should say, or should stay like I need it to. Let me just reset it one more time for good measure. Where's the keyboard at? Right here. I'm going to just use this. that should pretty well stay like I need it to. All right, now you can see it. So there's a white dot in the screen, which I don't know on phone if you're not in full screen if you can really see it that well, but in the center of the screen there's a white dot. That's where I am. So the center of the screen is always going to be where I am, and it's going to show where I'm at, so you can see what storms and what they look like in relation to your location, and see what it looks like on radar, what I'm looking at, so you can kind of really decide what you need to do. Which really, if there's like a tornado warning or something out, you need to take that serious anyway. You need to take shelter, but at least this allows you to kind of see what's coming towards your town. So that rain really did not cool it off very much. It literally dropped the temperature 2 degrees, which is great, but it's bringing the dew point up because a lot of this rain is going to start evaporating, turning into humidity. Only thing is it's going to be temporary. It's not like a big Gulf moisture push that really sticks around for a while. I mean, this stuff is from the ground up. It's not very deep, so I'm not too concerned with what it's going to do with it, but I definitely want to watch. And you can already see behind this line of storms that's coming in the cold front, because directly behind, right in front of it is 67 degrees, directly just behind it is 48 degrees, and then once the precipitation clears out, it gets into the 30s. And you've got several snow squall warnings directly behind this. So these are definitely going to be fun for some people. God, that is a huge tornado warning. Oh my gosh. Who issued this? Was that Springfield or Paducah? That's Paducah. All right, so that is a huge tornado warning. Are they pointing out multiple? Yeah, they're pointing out for multiple points of rotation. They're getting ahead of the ball in terms of whether these storms start to rotate. So I see what they're doing now. Okay, I don't disagree with what they're doing. I see what they're doing and why they're doing it, so we'll let it work. We'll let that happen. We do have a tornado watch in for a lot of Western Kentucky and almost all of, at least half of Illinois, if not pushing 2/3 of Illinois, all under a tornado watch. Kentucky, it goes as far west as Owensboro. In Illinois, it goes up just north of Peoria. And then they extend southward all the way down into Texas, getting up close to Lufkin, Texas, not far from College Station. So, I mean, this is a massive, massive system that's forming and brewing. So, I definitely want to keep the showers that came through here in mind. I don't necessarily think I need to bite and go after them, because they seem like just that, especially because I just got hit by them, so I can tell exactly what's going on, which is literally nothing. So I'm still concerned with the main event, which is to our west still. As it gets closer, I am going to start to refine my position, but as of now, I still have plenty of time before these actually get to me. It's probably going to be closer to sundown before these things actually reach me. So I've got my stream up for Zach from Illinois Weather Watch, so that he can use that and see what's going on. Speaking of, I'm going to switch over and watch Zach's stream real quick. What am I doing here? That's right, I'm switching to Windseeker, and I'm going to watch Zach's stream and see what he's got, see what he's talking about. So Illinois Weather Watch. See what Zach's looking at here.
Right here's where, gosh darn it, I clicked that here. Not wrong. Right here's where it would be, where that red and green are mixing together, and it looks like it's kind of shooting off this direction. So Centerville, Collinsville, O'Fallon, Illinois, all those areas need to be paying attention as the storm crosses the Mississippi River. Looks pretty nasty on top of the radar, that's for sure. There's the St. Louis airport. That's getting smacked pretty good right now. We saw that on the camera.
That's cool. All right. Let's keep an eye on all this. There are plenty of chasers in the area out here, actually. Lordy. Yeah, we've actually got some spotters in the area. Trying to see if there's any recognizable individuals, which there's not. Which is okay. I'm mainly checking to see who all's in the area to avoid paparazzi. I hate paparazzi. That's why I hate chasing around Reed. I love Reed to death. He's a great guy. I just don't like chasing around him because of the paparazzi. I'm sure you guys saw when we chased, I want to say May 16th, I want to say, when we chased that. And we were on the supercell that eventually went on to produce the London tornado. We were in the area with Reed, and the amount of people, I swear on everything, the amount of people that got in their cars and drove to watch the Dominator drive by is freaking insane. Like, there's a reason we're in the area. You should probably go inside. Like, if a ton of storm chasers are coming down your road, there's probably a reason. You probably don't need to be sitting outside in your car fangirling over something. So that's just my little rant. And ever since that chase, I've really paid attention to who's in the area, so I know what roads to avoid, because I don't want a paparazzi. I don't want convergence from people trying to see, oh boy, that's famous. I don't. So I lately, ever since May 16th, I have been paying attention everywhere I go, who's around, so that I don't get caught up in the middle of all that. So, and it's really, and it's not just general spotters. It's just like 4 or 5 really big names that I watch out for. So, again, great people, really great people. I would sit down and eat lunch with them any time of day. They're amazing people. It's just how everybody else reacts when they're around is annoying. So, let me keep an eye on Zach's stream again. What's Zach got? Oh gosh. So Zach right now is showing a St. Louis airport camera and the amount of wind that's coming off, and it went away. All right. Anyway, let's refocus that camera. All right. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Why did that move on Streamlabs? Let's readjust this. All right, that should be better now. Should be a lot better. The wind is awful at home. Funny, we had to do the same thing. That's why I was late getting to my target. But yeah, I was battling between my speed and the headwinds. There was times where my mesonet was actually alarming, and my mesonet set to alarm at 110 miles an hour. That is kind of my safety net to let me know, hey, doofus, you're kind of in a spot you don't need to be in. And by that point, you need to be taking not evasive action, but hunkering down and riding it out. Because if I try to turn my side into 110 mile an hour winds, I'm gone. So for me to be alarming at 110 on a road, just driving with traffic, that says how strong these headwinds really were. So I think at one point the headwind got up to like 116. So I was taking EF2 level winds just driving down the highway. That was insane. Obviously the wind itself wasn't that strong. It was going like 45. I mean, if I was doing 80 and we're alarming at 116, that means that's what, 36 mile an hour coming in, and that's just what's coming directly at the car. My side was pointed towards it, so really it was like 40, 50 mile an hour, possibly 60. So why I gotta take pictures of his van? I don't know, there's some Amazon driver next to me taking pictures of his van. I don't know. I don't know. Strange activities. Welcome to Kentucky. You never know what's going on. Man, I am heavily tempted to start commenting on Zach's stream right now, just to rage bait him, but he actually gets pretty upset when I do that. So, but the temptation is very real, just so you guys know. Because right now people are doing something that he really hates, which is asking about individual towns. So, it's tempting to rage bait Zach, but I'm not going to. I'm going to let him be. Alright, now I'm really playing the waiting game, and it is really tough to just wait. I mean it is really tough to just sit and wait. It is grinding me to the core. I kind of want to snoop out the roads real quick and the terrain, see what we're dealing with. So if we go up 24 into Illinois, I mean, there are trees, but the 24 corridor is actually a lot more open than I thought it was. So that's cool. I've got some options just north of the river in Illinois if I got to cut up there. So that's good. It's not like a complete forest, so to speak. 100%. Not 100% of forest. I mean, there's still plenty of trees and crap to deal with, which I've chased somewhat in that area before, around like Marion and West Frankfort all the way up to Mount Vernon, so I kind of know a little bit of it, but I've not really chased south of Marion very much. So it is a little comforting to see that, yeah, we do have some open areas. As much as I want to cut over and go into Missouri to look at these storms, I really need to resist the temptation, because one, river crossings about the quickest is going to be on an interstate, and if you guys know anything about being on an interstate in the middle of a storm, it's not a good idea. It's not fun at all, especially for a chaser. So I don't want to do. I try to avoid interstates as much as possible when we're in storms. So keep an eye on all this, though. I definitely want to. They're starting to speed up now, which was expected. Yeah, we've already got them moving northeast at 65 miles an hour. So these things are cooking, so it won't take them long to get here at all. It won't take them long at all. I do think that I'll at least see some. If anything, I'll get some pretty good wins. But I'm in for the secondary threat, which is a tornado threat, which over here in the Paducah, southern Illinois area, I think is the greatest probability, in my opinion, to see something along those lines. It's not guaranteed, and I'm coming in here accepting the fact that tornadoes aren't guaranteed, and also they could be rain wrapped. So I do have to proceed with caution, which anybody that's been following my channel for a while knows that's hard for me to do, is be cautious. But we'll just have to see. If people are reporting funnels, that means that it's probably, stuff's probably not wrapping up as bad as we think it is, which is good in terms of a chaser sense, and for people so they can actually see what's coming. But Landon? What are you talking about? Van Buren? What? Which one is he talking about? Which one is he? Oh, is he talking about in Illinois? Oh, I know what he's talking about. So they are pretty much warning it for how quick these things can spin up and touch down. QLCS tornadoes are very notorious for touching down and lifting all in between radar scans. So that's pretty much why they're doing it, because they've already had history of those storms being tornadic, so they're just staying ahead of the game there, keeping people warned. That's all it is. Plus, it's in a really, really, really bad spot anyway. I mean, it's about as far away from a radar site as you can possibly get on this side of the Mississippi River. I mean, they're just in a terrible spot. So hopefully, as they start closing in on the Paducah radar, we can actually start to see what they're doing. So we're just gotta keep watching them. But that's what they're warning them for. That's what they're warning them for, is just how quickly these QLCS tornadoes could touch down, and just the fact that the storm's got a history of being tornadic, and you literally can't see jack crap because it's so far away from any one radar site. Check back on Zach, see what he's doing, see what he's up to now. Gosh, I almost want to switch to St. Louis and look at this storm. It actually looks pretty daggone good. Daggone. If it ain't a tornado, that looks like a really good burst of wind right there, just coming past St. Louis. I may need to dabble north a little bit. Man, this is getting difficult on what I want to do here, or what I should do. It's getting really difficult to determine, because these MCSs, or mesoscale convective systems, they are so hard to predict, and everything they do, they go up quick and they go down quick, and then it just completely shifts to another spot on the line on what's happening. So this is really hard to figure out exactly what I really should do. My gut is saying stay where I'm at. I don't know. That's a pretty good circulation right there. Oh, question of the day. What to do. Let me go back to Paducah, and then let me see what this spot that I'm looking at is doing, because that could also... It's not like I'm going to get that far out of position. It's going north, too. So my best bet is to probably go into, like, Vienna or something. Vienna, Illinois. That might be a good spot to be. There's some openings depending on where I go. Yeah, it looks like there's some spots out here in Vienna I can go sit. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start to slowly creep north. Or actually, let me forget about Vienna. Let me look further west than that, so I'm on position even quicker. There's Dongola. I don't know if I need to go to Dongola, but what to do? go right there by the interstate. Or go to Anna. Anna honestly might be the move. I think Anna's going to end up being the move. I do think. 54 minutes. I think Anna's going to be the move, so I'm going to go ahead and make my move while I can. Yeah, we're going to Anna. That's going to be a better move for me. So, oh gosh. Let me get some gas. Then I'll make my move. Get some gas, then make a move. I know, car. I'm under a quarter tank. I know. Oh. All right. Get gas, and we're going to Anna. I'll leave the car running because I got so much stuff running in here. Away we go. We are going to Anna, Illinois. So we can be in position for these storms when they cross the Mississippi, because they are getting to a point we need to crap or get off the pot. So here we go. We are on the move. Spring has arrived. It's a good idea. There's a problem is when you're sitting here in a semi is playing Chinese fire drill with you with lanes and you're sitting in the left lane. I have not released to the page yet because it is part of my 2026 project. So eventually, that will make it onto the page, just not yet. way to Anna, Illinois. I'm doing that to get in a better position for this line of storms, which looks to come up that way. I don't want to fully take the south option out of play yet. That's why I'm not committing to going even further north where all this other stuff's coming through, like St. Louis and all that. I don't want to take the northern option out of play or the southern option out of play just yet. I want to try to keep that option open, so if something does start popping off further south, I can jump down there and grab it, because I think the tornado forest dwindles the further north you go. So I don't want to go that far north, and I'm really not. Going to Anna, if you think about it as a crow flies, it's not that far north. So just puts me in a better position for the stuff that is continuously maintaining tornado warnings to be in line with the direction it's going. So I still have the southern option 100% in play, especially because I've got I-57 that'll take me south. So my options are not dead. I've got plenty of ability, whatever I need to do. So I'm just kind of shimmying by this point, getting settled into wherever I think the right position might be. So for now, I think just like nudging just a little bit north is an all right move. So we'll see what this stuff does as it gets closer, especially when it gets further into Paducah's radar range. So now on the stream, y'all really should be able to see how that radar that's up is moving with me. Again, that white circle in the middle of the screen, and I know on cell phone users, it's going to be a little bit harder to see it because it's so small. I've got to write some coding for a new dot. I've got to figure out how to get to the file that the dot's in and tweak the coding to either make it bigger or get a more prominent dot. I'm more on board with getting a more prominent one that stands out a little better. So you'll just have to stand by for that. I need to get one that's a lot bigger so you guys can see it. So, but I think I've ironed out the whole dot going away issue. So now you guys can just sit here and follow the dot with me, or follow me by using that. So. hopefully I can move to Starlink soon and solve that problem. One can only hope. I would love to get moved to Starlink and have better internet throughout the rural areas, because that's where the majority of storm chasing takes place, is in the rural area. And cell service in the rural area isn't always the best. With that yet. I've not tested it out, so there we go. We still have the rear cam that works like a charm still. It didn't get knocked out of position over the off season, because we haven't used this camera in, gosh, a little while. It stayed right where it's at. We just haven't used it in a while, so I'm glad that it stayed right where it was. So we still have that as an option if we need it. So I love that we still have it. So if we're having to turn around and fly to get back ahead of a storm, I can turn on that rear camera so you can see what's going on with the storms behind us. So it's great to have options. Turned away for half a second. There is a definite shelf cloud on this too. Oh yeah. I'm looking at this whole thing. There is a definite shelf cloud. There could be QLCS tornado potential too, but definitely a huge windbag. Going to be a big shelf cloud. So definitely going to want to take pictures of it. So y'all will probably get to witness the shelf live, then see some pictures on my page later on. But I'm going to try to get some pictures of a shelf and then haul it to keep ahead of this in case these start to try to spin up or circle up, wrap up, do something. So I don't want to get too far behind yet. I want to wait until a lot of the tornado threat has died off before I do actually just get modocked by this thing, for the love of the stream. know what people's hatred for these things are. I don't mind roundabouts. They make traffic flow a lot smoother and easier. I don't know why everybody has such a huge panic every time a town puts a roundabout in. Brake squeak was for at that stop sign, because I literally put brand new brakes on this thing not even a month ago. Like brand new everything. So I don't know what that brake squeal was. Look like they're trying to put some notches out on them. Lost video signal, of course. Rural internet. Best way to describe that, rural internet. pressure sensor fault. That's great. Well, he's still riding behind me when I passed him, so I guess if he does get... Well, he backed way off, so I'm assuming... Nope, he turned around. Okay. Alright, well. Thank you, buddy. You are a real G for not coming after me. So, whichever officer, if you looked me up and pulled up my stream and you're watching, you were a real G. I appreciate you, bud. I don't know what the speed limit was when I passed you. I don't know if it had switched back to 55 or not. If not, I am sorry. Should be almost out of this rain. I hope. Really hope I'm almost out of this rain. I'm going to get into Anna, and I'm going to really evaluate what this stuff's doing. I mean, there is a definite shelf on it. I mean, sharp cutoff on velocity, sharp cutoff on spectrum width. So there's for sure a shelf cloud to be seen. So I want to try to get a hold of that shelf cloud. And now you can finally see coming into view on the left side of that radar the line that I'm after. Excuse me, I don't know why I got the hiccups. You can see the left side of the, you can see the line that I'm after coming into the left side of the radar at the bottom. If you weren't here before, again, that's something new that we've added to our stream, is the ability for the radar to actively track where we are at, to show you where we are in relation to other stuff, so you can see if maybe we're close to your town and see what's going on close to your town. So that's something I've been wanting to do for a while. I finally just now got around to figuring it out somewhat. I've just got a couple more bugs that I got to fix. So you'll have to bear with it. There's a lot of new things that I'm trying this year, so which means I have a lot of kinks that I've just got to slowly roll out. So man, do I really want to go up to Pickneyville for that? Or I want to see what, because this is starting to intensify. And it looks like it's starting to try to get a little bit of a couplet on it. So I think I'm going to stick with this because this is starting to intensify now. The stuff that's coming at me is intensifying. So I think I'm going to stick with this stuff and see what it does since it's going through that intensification. So we'll see what happens with it. And I'll have to switch my headgear out here in a minute. What's this? This headgear? It is not. So I got to find that too. Wherever it went. I know I didn't take it in the house. I hope I did not. Semi is highly inconvenient right now. And I mean highly inconvenient. We're on a speed limit 55 and we're sitting here going between 40 and 50. It's not enough of a zone. Not enough of a passing zone. Oh, tornado warning on what's coming towards Anna. Yes, there we go. I knew I saw something fishy going on there. So we are now going towards a tornado warning. So we're going to get into Anna. We're going to let it come a little closer, then we're going to go zero in on it. tornado warning on the Missouri side of the Mississippi River. We're going towards Anna, which will be the area that this is occurring at. So we're just going to let it come closer because river crossings are few and far between, and I don't want to get out of position. So I'm going to wait for it to cross the Mississippi River before I start actually jumping on it. But it looks like there might be a couple more coming out because I can see along the river where it's trying to kink out, or along this line where it's trying to kink out. So we're going to let this tornado warning get a little closer, and then we're probably going to start to track that and follow that. Because again, tornado, I know there's probably a beautiful shelf on it, but tornadoes are my number one right now. So we're going to go after that. Would have been back there at like the camper store. Which I can always go back if I want to. Because this is pretty wooded. So I don't know. We'll see. At least if I do go into town, at least I'll be a little bit closer to where this is coming in. I just got to deal with traffic, and I don't want to do that. pull in over here where it's open and we have no vehicles. We're just gonna sit. Let this stuff come a little bit closer. Come over here by this curb. All right, now we wait. Let's see if we can get here. Let's investigate this. So if we're good, it's range folded on velocity. I don't like that it's range folded, so you can't really see the couplet very well. Let's go correlation. Nothing that says anything's down. So that's good. Go back to spectrum width. Definitely a nice shelf. For sure a nice shelf on all this. Paducah is our closest, yes. Just confirming that Paducah is our closest radar. All right. Keep watching. There's that tornado warning that's coming at us. So we're going to watch and see what happens with this tornado warning. I'm probably going to end up having to shuffle a little bit north depending on what this does and what the stuff right below it does. So, but daggone, that thing, we're finally getting to where we can see it a little bit. It actually looks pretty healthy, if I must say so myself. Looks pretty healthy. So we'll see that. Is that an anticyclone? What? Issued by Paducah. Moving northeast at 60, so this thing is cooking. By cooking, I mean absolutely cooking. 60 miles an hour. I can't sit too long and awe at it. I had to get what pictures I got to get, and I got to get a move on. So, okay, gotta find something critical. Got to find something critical. Should be somewhere in here. It is right here. All right. Ready to switch this. All right. So we're still watching a tornado warning just to our west. I want to let it get closer to the Mississippi River before I move because I don't want to cross the river. There's only so many river crossings, and once you get out of position, especially on storms that are moving between 60 and 70 miles an hour, if you get out of position, you're done. So I don't want to get to that point. I'm going to let it come in where I have a good road network, or at least somewhat of a road network. Possibly end up near DeSoto, somewhere up there. That could be an option there. Go up towards like Carbondale or DeSoto. We'll just see what happens. We're in Anna right now, Anna, Illinois. I'm watching this very closely, seeing what it does. So we'll see what happens. watching. Oh, that's what's turning. Let's just crank that down so it don't move no more. Cool. Just keep on watching. Gosh darn, that spectrum width looks really good on it. I mean, it's showing a huge set of turbulence. So let me compare this to correlation coefficient, because it actually, no, it doesn't line up on correlation coefficient. So there's nothing that says it's down, but it's got the ability to. Jason, I'm in Anna, Illinois right now, waiting on a tornado warning storm to cross the Mississippi River. So yeah, I mean, there's nothing saying it's down right now, at least radar wise. But this storm is punching, so I definitely need to keep an eye on whatever that road is, which I think that's this road right up ahead of me. Yep, 51. I could take 51 up and tracks alongside of it. The only thing is I have limited options to go east once this gets closed. So I do have to keep a lot of things in mind here. Could end up being that this road right behind me goes east. I don't know, if I go up 51, there's a small road that'll take me there, but it won't let me go at the 60 mile an hour that the storm's cooking. Gosh, that shelf that this thing has to have on it is insane. What about the highway that runs right along the Mississippi? So there's 146 through Anna, and I can go up and then go up through like Carbondale. That's just really far up, and I don't really have many options once I get down there to go back up. So I don't think it'd be a good choice to go down by the river in the flat spot, given how fast the storm is moving. I would love to, but it's probably not that good of a decision to do. So I think it would be smart to just stay down here and see what happens, where I've got a little more open of a road network. Because I can either go here or I can drive up with what will be already in the precipitation core to go up through Murfreesboro, or I would have to dive back south, which would put me right back out of position. So I don't think it would be smart to go down to the river. So I'm just going to stay up here on top of the highland, where I've got options to go back east, really in all directions. So we're just going to wait this out. That's gonna be the best move for me right now, is just wait it out. And I can always take this road that's right next to me to my left and take it back east to a better road network. Or I can just go up to that traffic light right there and take 51. But the second light, that is, take 51 and go north. We'll see. Road options are sparse. 57 will run me up toward I-57 will run me up towards Marion, which would be a quick option out, depending on what goes on. So I've got I-57, I've got US 51. The only thing is, splitting off of there all the way up until Carbondale is a little bit limited, and they all come back to the same spot. So I might end up having to go back to 57 and go up north towards Marion before I'm able to actually break off and do anything with a heck of a better road network towards Marion. I can go back towards Vienna, where I was before. I don't think that's a smart. I really think I'm going to end up going up towards Illinois 37 on I-57. I think that's going to be a better option. Thing's looking really good right now. It's not down. At least it's not down to the point where it's picking stuff up. In that sense. But I'm going to leave correlation coefficient on watching this. If this thing touches down, it's going to touch down fast. Alright, they extended the tornado warning. So it goes right up to the river. So I will end up needing to go north towards like Cobden. So I may end up doing that. Going up to Cobden. That just puts me out of position of the interstate. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I want to leave. I guess the interstate would be my best choice. Go up the interstate towards Goreville, maybe. Goreville would be another good spot. Because then that puts me up near some road options. There's a veterinary clinic. That would be a good idea. Or a truck stop. Whatever that is across from the truck stop. Puts me up near all these roads. That might be my move. Go up to like the Goreville area. Gives me a lot of options out by Marion. Yeah, I may end up having to go north of Goreville. Hang on, this thing is really... I mean, they're chucking out tornado warnings left and right for this thing now. Oh, God damn it.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Scott, nice to meet
Blaze.
you, sir.
Nice to meet you.
Where are you from?
Kentucky.
Awesome. Awesome.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a picture of your ride.
Yeah, that's fine. Alright. I don't know why they're setting off sirens. They didn't even push the tornado warning that spot. Okay. Alright. So we are right here. The tornado warning stops right here. So I don't know why they're setting the sirens off here. But they are. So yeah. So here, I'm kind of watching your rotation.
Hey man, what's up?
Hey.
Do you know, like, obviously we're tracking this.
Yeah.
Do you know when it's supposed to come through, like, actively, just...
It'd probably be crossing the river probably in about 15-20 minutes.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Yeah.
Alright. Be safe.
Yes, sir. Gosh, I got a lot of chasers convening. All right, so let's keep an eye on this. Now I've got two areas I need to watch. It's really the favorable, in my opinion, is still the northern one, but it's getting more rain wrapped, and it's starting to chug up, starting to wrap up into the storm. So I don't like that. I don't like that at all. All right, stream. Let me show you what we're looking at here. So we are right here in Anna. I don't know why they're setting sirens off already, because the warning stops right there at the river. I'm still watching this northern circulation here, because it still looks more favorable at the moment, but it looks like it's trying to wrap up there and go into the main storm above. So I don't like that. But at the same time, if we look at the velocity stuff down here, the southern one really just is not that prominent. Which I'm looking at it now, it's really looking like this one's starting to RFD out. So it looks like the RFD is undercutting the storm on its own. But with an MCS, it's really hard to tell if that's exactly what's happening, because these never present on radar like they're supposed to, like a traditional supercell tornado would. So I'd still want to watch this northern one. Like I said, I'm here in Anna, so I can jog north and get up in it. Only problem is the road options right here between Cobden and Goreville are terrible. So I may end up having to back up and go to the interstate and then run up to Goreville, because once we get east of Goreville, we have some more viable roads. This is getting really complicated for me. So we'll see what happens. But this is what we're looking at the moment. So we're gonna kind of watch it. It's coming up towards us closer. So will you find the magnet, please? Thank you. Let's focus that back out further, out ahead. All right. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna let this get a little bit closer. Once it gets close to the river, I'm probably gonna backtrack and go towards Goreville. Yeah, I'm gonna backtrack and go towards Goreville. Oh, we got a what do we got? What do we got? Funnel cloud by a spotter. Small funnel. Somebody reported a small funnel on the northern one, but that was also that's delayed. When was that? 2030Z. They just now reported it, so they are way behind where anything would be. They're way behind. So I don't know what they're seeing, or if they just did a delayed report. That also could be the case. It could just be a delayed report with the spotter network system. So I don't know. Yeah.
I forgot to ask you, do you have Facebook?
Yeah.
For some reason,
I do.
it's
That's
so
cool.
dang
Yeah.
slow, I can't pull base velocity.
Windseeker storm chasing.
Huh?
Windseeker storm chasing.
Windseeker?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yes, sir. Yeah. So I'll show you all again what I'm looking at here. I'm right here in Anna. There's these. I don't want to get close to the river because the road options are terrible, but the road options as well going out here towards Goreville are also terrible between here and Goreville. About my only good option is to go up here and cut through the state park or state forest, which is not a good idea, or just back up, take the interstate up, and then I have all this open road up here that I can use. That's probably the option I'm going to take, but we'll see. But again, somebody reported a funnel on this, but unless it's a delayed report, they are way out of position. So I'm really hoping that it's just a delayed report, but we'll see. But if that is the case, that means this thing does have a history of at least trying to do something, which I kind of figured, because where that report is where it actually looked pretty strong. So we'll see what happens. We're not far. Once it gets about to the river, we're going to go ahead and move and go back to Goreville. So we're just waiting for it to get close to the river, which it is. It's getting there. We're just gonna let it do its thing. I'm not sure about that southern end. I'm sure y'all caught a glimpse of it when I had the camera back over here. I'm still not totally convinced on that southern end. I think they really warned it out of precaution. It's just not showing anything favorable. Which the north end, it looks like the rotation's starting to come back around. It originally started looking like the RFD was trying to take over, but it looks like it might be getting its act together again. So I think this definitely is an embedded supercell situation. It's just so high precipitation that I'm not sure if we'd actually even be able to see anything anyway. So I mean, we gonna go after it. That's 100%. I don't know. Definitely go to Goreville. I don't know about Creel Springs. Maybe I can look up Creel Springs on the map and look at the area out there. There's Goreville. There's Creel Springs. I mean, it's open. I've got ways to get there. It's open-ish. Open-ish. I'm going to leave it at ish. There's still plenty of trees around, which we're in the treed and hilly part of Illinois anyway. I mean, southern Illinois, you still kind of have to know what you're doing to chase out here. I mean, it's not that easy. It's not hard, but it's not that easy either. You at least have to have a little bit of knowledge what you're doing to chase out here because of the trees. And the fact that it's getting close to nighttime, it's starting to get dark. So, I mean, it's 7:30 Eastern, 6:30 Central. So, we'll just see what happens. We will see what happens. Okay. Charge this back up. It still looks very RFD dominant. Looks a lot more downdraft. Oh my God, that's not the sound I want to hear. Where are the train tracks? Where are the train tracks? Oh, they're on the other side of me. We're good. Okay. They're to my east, and I'm not going east, so that's good. Or they're my west, I mean. I'm not going west, and the train tracks are to my west, so we're good there. soon as the circulation gets close to the river, we're going to move. I may end up moving sooner. Once it starts to get close, I'm moving. Which, honestly, this might be making a beeline towards Marion, which does give me a little bit more open road. It is. It's making a beeline for Marion. So that does open up my road options a little bit. Let's map it. Let's look at the map. See what we got towards Marion. A lot more options. Oh, yeah, it's a lot more. I like Marion a lot better. Get off right there and take Illinois 37 north. Because that's my only exit before Marion. Is that cold outflow? That is cold outflow. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Cold outflow. Alright. Set my map for that. That way it's ready. That way it's ready as soon as I go to leave. Yeah, that looks very downdrafty. I don't think there's much tornadic in this. I mean, it still looks impressive, don't get me wrong, but I think right now it's not really throwing much risk of dropping a tornado at this current point in time. Things could change. Especially with the fact that we are dealing with the QLCS event. So these things could drop and lift in between radar scans and nobody would ever know it happened, except for the people that just got hit. So I hope that's not a wreck behind us. Really hope there ain't a wreck behind us, because that's going to destroy whatever path I thought I was going to take. Alright. Not a good sign. Not a good sign at all. That could be some... I hope it's not a wreck behind us. Alright, I'm not far from moving. I'm probably getting close to moving. I may end up having to take a different route. Is this still taking me on that same route? It is. Okay. mean, it still looks interesting. Looks like it's trying to get it together again.
We are. It's over the Mississippi River coming this way, yes. Yes. There's a tornado warning and a severe thunderstorm warning.
Man, I don't know. It's definitely trying to weaken back up for sure. Let this get closer to the Mississippi, then I'm gonna move. As soon as we get closer, I'm moving. End this route and restart it just to make sure. It does take me another way. Okay, it still doesn't. Okay. So maybe if there is something, it's off of here. Okay. I mean, that's definitely an interesting. Only thing is, it's not with the radar beam. There goes another warning. What if I go up to Carbondale and then make my way out? I don't know if I like that either. That's going to put me right in a big precipitation band. This thing's outflowing like crazy. Keep that going. New MD just issued. Threat continues. Alright. It may be time to go ahead and skedaddle. Make my way up towards Marion. Well, I'll still have a chance to. The amount of time it's going to take me to get up there. This thing's going to cover a lot of ground, so it's probably about time to boot, scoot, and boogie. Yeah, time to boot, scoot, and boogie. We're rocking and rolling. All right, to Marion, towards Marion we go. Boot, scoot, and boogieing. Yeah, that looks looks like it's starting to come together a heck of a lot better now. All right, avoid this. And pray they're not going to a scene right down here. Better. Oh, that's cop. Yeah, I want to get where I've got a lot more comforting east routes. That's the big thing. Comforting east routes. I don't want to be cutting through a freaking national park or state park or something. Yeah, Sam, I am in southern Illinois. We just had sirens going off just a few minutes ago on the stream, actually, for a tornado warning that I'm going to move and get up in position for. I could ride a closer route, but that's going to put me at a heck of a lot bigger risk of getting hit by that precipitation core before I can even get to where I have eastern options to even try to get away from it. So I'm going to go ahead and go east now, get up to where I have those options, and then we'll start seeing if we can't boogie with this thing a little bit. Because this is looking really good right now. I hope I don't have a nail or something in this tire because my tire light went off. I don't like it. Towards Goreville and then get off, and there's a state highway that I can run up there and that'll take us into an area that actually has some pretty decent east options. That's ultimately what I want right now, is a way to go east, and where I'm going right now would do that. I mean, it's going to put me up in the tornado warning regardless, which that's good. That's what I want. Be up near where this is going to go because this circulation's looking pretty decent. So I'm moving now in preparation. Hopefully this place I'm going has something that I can check. If I need air, I can put air in it. If not, I have an emergency pump, but I hope I'm not to the point that I need that. So let's keep on moving, getting ready to get on the interstate. Brighten that image up a little bit. Noises out of the back, so alright, let's boogie north. Boy, this is gonna be fun. Kansas. Man, I'm a sight that you're used to seeing. He ain't moving. That's good. Hopefully that means he knows what's up. I am on I-57 North, Kevin, if you are able to hear me. I've got some bad cell reception ongoing right now. But if you can hear me, I'm on I-57 heading north towards Goreville. That'll put me in position, hopefully, for this mezzo that's coming at us. There's another one to my south that's popping up, so I got to keep that in mind too. There's going to be mezzos popping up all over this thing. How long? 10 miles. You do not see a rotating wall cloud from Marion. Alright. Well, if I was able to boot, scoot, and boogie, that'd be great. Now the semi on the right lane speed. Oh, now the left lane speed back up. I hate when they do this. Yep, and now the right lane speed back up.
It's approaching Marion right now.
What did he say?
Yeah, please let's say if any storm's gonna produce a tornado, it's gonna be that storm that's approaching Marion right now.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to it. I've got two semis playing Chinese fire drill with the lanes right now, so I'm not able to really boot, scoot, and boogie as much as I want to.
Yeah, I see that now.
Yeah, so now the right lane sped up. I hate when they do this. I hate when they do this. Oh, looks like, oh, left lane. Are you speeding up now? Yeah, please. Please. Bye. Alright, let's get back up to where we're going to go. I'm going to go up towards Marion. If I can get on this Illinois highway, take the state highway up, get towards Marion. surprised if this thing don't already have something down. It looks insane. If I get this precipitation a little bit and try to get a hold of it. Kevin, I don't think the front out ahead is going to cause anything. Those little showers that are popping up, those aren't the concern at all. The concern is the line itself right to the back. That's going to be the actual concern. The storms out front, they're just showers. And since we don't already have instability in place, there's really no instability for them to eat up. So this is all cold front and wind driven. So... hopefully you guys can see in the bottom right corner where my blip is. That is where I'm at. The center of the screen, that circle, which it follows me wherever I go, that is where I'm currently at. And it comes with me, so I'm moving north. It should keep moving north and keep moving the radar screen north as well. So we'll just keep on following this thing. At some point, if we keep going too far east, I'll have to stop, do something about the radar if we go into Evansville range. But right now we're still in Paducah range, so well into Paducah range. So we'll keep on Paducah radar. This ain't where I want to go. Looks like the wind's starting to take over again on this. So we'll see if it tries to spit something back out. But it looks like the wind's trying to take over again, which doesn't surprise me at all. Alright. What do the lanes do here? Because I gotta get off in a mile. Give Big Boy some room, because I'm sure these lanes are all screwy. Right lane ends. Here's what's going to make this real fun to deal with is the fact that there is a huge bunch of precipitation sticking way out ahead of this. So it's gonna be raining quite a while ahead of this, and I'm hoping it doesn't get too heavy, so that I still have a little bit of a shot on what's coming. I don't want to completely kill whatever video shot that I could have for it. Car coming. Make sure you're turning right there, because I don't trust turn signals. All right. Don't trust turn signals very much anymore, because people will leave them on and just ride, and then you'll pull out and end up hitting them, and it's not fun. All right, 37. Here's my road. I'll pull over up here at a gas station, evaluate what's going on here, and then probably move again. But it gives me a second to sit back and look. But at least I'm on a road that I can take up. And I'm not really out of position at all, so. Oh, yay, look, another universal sign of spring. It has affected this road too. It's spring on Illinois 37. All right. Pull over here at this gas station. Figure out what the storm's doing, and then keep on going. Figure out what the storms are doing real quick. Oh my god. Okay, I mean, it's very broad, but it's still showing something. It's still spinning. And I'm probably still, oh, it's going north of Marion now. Oh, shoot. I'm getting ready to have to cook it, I think.
Yeah, Blaze, I think that's going to do a recycle. So I would stay south of Marion, because I think the next opportunity is going to be that storm. It's going to be on I-57 here shortly.
Yeah, I'm going to watch here. I have a route that'll take me to 116. Right here, Cochran Road. So we'll put that on the map so that I have it. We'll go back to here. Cochran Road's the road I want to go to. Yeah, I've got my eye on it. It definitely looks very suspicious. So, we're gonna watch this. Yeah, right there by Alto Pass. 100% right there by Alto Pass. There it goes. As we speak, it's starting to kink right there by Alto Pass and Cobden.
Yeah, I can see that one doing something, and then I can also see that one fizzling out, and another one developing like southwest of Jonesboro.
Okay. Yeah, so that one's south of me. I'm up still on this one. So So where I've got my map created, where I've got my pin dropped, what does it look like terrain-wise? And kind of open. I might need to get up a little bit closer to Marion, which I guess that is like right up next to it. Okay, that is right up next to it, so I'll just have to ride it out. God dang it. Okay, so let me follow this road out and get up to this next highway. Get that loaded. Okay. Not much longer. I need to go ahead and get the heck out of here. Go north and then east and then north again. Got it set, take me to 116, which will then take me to 13, and I can punch it on 13. So as soon as I get to 13, I can punch it east. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and get ready to creep a little bit up on it. Get ready to move. So I think that's gonna keep moving as I am. So we're gonna creep a little bit. looks like a CC drop. That looks like a CC drop. Uh-oh. That looks like a CC drop. 2 miles. Here's the path of the EF4 from last year. Yep, this is the tornado path from last year from the EF4. That looks like a CC drop. It just doesn't line up with any kind of velocity code. Well, it actually kind of does a little bit. So there actually may be a tornado in progress coming directly at me, which is pretty cool. Definitely not where I would have expected. I'm going to scoot this up, and it's gone. So that very well could have been a very brief, short-lived tornado. It is likely. All right, we're coming up on our road to go east. That'll take us somewhere we get east of Marion and be a little more open. So there's our road. Hopefully it's good enough. Hopefully it's good enough. I just gotta watch behind me too. So I'm kind of in a spot where I'm in between areas of interest. So I gotta be careful to watch my back and make sure something doesn't sneak up on me or catch me off guard. Oh, I sense some ponding on this road. This is gonna be great. I hope I don't lose cell service. I hope I'm close enough to Marion that I don't lose cell service through here. Ooh, no choo-choos, no choo-choos. No choo-choos, no choo-choos. All right, we're going. It's another little tip, never trust the railroad crossing gates because they do malfunction. So. I'm going to keep this up so I can watch it. So there's that they're warning. Radar indicated. Radar indicated. Now we're getting in the time of day that I don't like. Yeah, this is the part I was dreading of this entire chase. When it gets dark. Because now you really can't tell. Power flashes are going to be about the only way you tell if there's a tornado going. So that's really going to put a dinger on everything. just have freaking rotation after rotation after rotation, which makes this a lot more sketchy to try to chase. This thing's creeping up on me quicker than I'm moving. So I really need to try to get up to 13. Once I get up to 13, I can take off, really get ahead. Trust my tires on this little bitty stuff. I mean, they don't do bad on this little bitty stuff. I'm just afraid there's gonna be a big pond somewhere. It's gonna screw me up. Deer out here, which I don't like. There's another thing I gotta watch for. Here comes where I don't like to chase. Nighttime in the woods. Not the ideal scenario. Turn my brightnesses down a little bit. Where am I going? I'm going that way? Oh, god dang it. I'm going that way. Oh. I don't think I'm on the road anymore. Prime chase territory right here. Oh, yeah. Hopefully it takes me up to... Once I get to 13, I'm good. I just got to get there. Okay, here's the road I want. Open. Cool. To 13 we go.
about to cross I-57 here in a second. A little Keek, it's south of the Wildlife Refuge, southwest of Marion is going to be your play. About to cross I-57 here in a second. It'll be between Polly's Mill and Marion.
So where I'm at. Polly's Mill and Marion. I see what he's talking about. Yeah, I see what he's talking about. I'm already north of it. See if I can't get off over here and not go in a ditch. Pull off and look at it real quick. Where am I at compared to that? So it's going to cost just to my south. So if I get to 13, I can keep up in front of it. That's going to be my move. Get up to 13. Just keep going to 13 and just keep up with it. Just keep going east on 13. Keep watching to my south. Close to 13, so I'm just going to get on it and go east. See if I can't just look down the line at it. By this point, I'm already invested. Already invested 13. We'll go east. I'll keep watching south and then try to let it come to me. But that route 13 will take me, God, a long way where I can keep up with it. So. No turn on red, that's great. What if I do anyway? Well, it's going to change, so we'll just deal with it. Start watching to my south. I gotta watch both directions now. What do they look like? Can't see nothing. I gotta go east a little bit. Keep this thing in mind. Down here. think I'm getting overtaken, which is not good. southeast of Pittsburgh, which is right behind me. So I can't really let off of it yet. I mean, I could, but I have to pick it right back up where I left off. So, I got these trees over here. I don't know if I can find a more open spot. stop for like half a second. Because that looks a little better now. Oh, that light's gonna block my view. I need an open spot where I can pull off for a second and take a look. Type up a tornado warning for it. I hope they are, because it does look better. Need an open spot. Open spots. Probably up here. Just stop for like half a second here. Alright, let me stop, take a look behind me, see if I can see something. Hill. There is a hill in the way. Right over there, I don't know if you can see. If we get another flash of lightning, you can see, but right over there is where we are looking at possibly a circulation. So I guess we're not going to get another flash of lightning. Somewhere up over there to my immediate northwest. Yeah, there's a little bitty baby bolt. That's not what I need. Yeah, whatever there's going to be is going to be somewhere up in there. And I don't know. That's the only thing I see that's somewhat favorable on this. Alright, it might be about time to start to boogie again. Alright, might be time to keep boogieing. Because I still can't see what's going on, but I gotta try to stay just slightly ahead of this. Alright. So right now, I am between Marion and Harrisburg, Illinois. I am watching a storm that could be trying to spin something up. I'm going to end this route. I don't need to go there anymore. Keep an eye on this, because this still looks about the most favorable of anything out of this entire line for anything tornadic. So I'm going to continue to try to see if I can't push a little bit closer to Harrisburg, see what I can come up with. Oh, it's wide open over here, actually. Shoot. Okay, now it's starting to go linear again. It's starting to line out. If that's what I'm looking for, that's... Oh, there we go. Okay, let's get up here where it opens up. I got like half a second where it opens up to show it, so I hope we get a lightning bolt like right up here. I've got like half a second right here to show it. I can see it with my own eyes. I just don't know if the stream's going to be able to pick it up. So right back in there, yeah, stream can't pick it up. I can see definitely a shelf. It's definitely lower There was a little bit of lightning. I don't know if we can get this to flash again, but it's definitely lowered. So there is a shelf right there, which I can see a little bit of light with my own eye. So I can see it, but the camera is just not picking it up for the stream. So I really need another flash of lightning for you guys to see it. There we go. I hope y'all were able to see that. That's where we were at. We definitely have a shelf slash lowering behind us, for sure. So I gotta start watching a little bit. But I also don't want to get overrun by this, because if I get overrun by this and get into the heavy precipitation core, I'm not gonna be able to keep up. Oh, that's a good one. So I'm just gonna keep on going. Keep ahead of this. Highway 48 is what I'm going to want to get on. So on the other side, that or I keep going on 13. That could be a good option, just keep going on 13 all the way towards Equality and get ready to cross into Kentucky with it. That could be a good option too. Keep going on 13, get towards Equality, travel out. If I get far enough ahead, I can set up a camera and try to do some shots with the camera. And that's ultimately what I want to do, so that I have it for the record. Alright, here's Harrisburg. Favorably tornadic at this point, which was to be expected. I mean, the tornado chances weren't like through the roof. Down there towards Paducah, there is what looks pretty good. Down towards Paducah, but that's a little long gone now. We've committed to this, so we're going to stay committed. I hope I'm far enough ahead that going through this town doesn't screw me. So we're going through Harrisburg. I'm going to keep trucking east on Highway 13. I could end up in Kentucky, which doesn't bother me at all. At this point, that's kind of the direction it looks like it's going, is I'm going to end up taking this road all the way to Kentucky and then continuing this road on Highway 60 in Kentucky, or continuing this chase on Highway 60 in Kentucky. That looks like probably a very likely scenario right now, because by this point, until I get Kentucky, my options to drop on any of this other stuff south of me is very limited. And especially with river crossings. I'm on a road that actually crosses the river and it stays open for a while. So my best bet is to use that to my advantage, get across the river, and then worry about it. Because once I'm across the river, I ain't got to worry about going back. So if I can go ahead and just get across, we're going to be cooking. truck, I don't think you are gonna like what you're going into there, bud. Oh, if we keep going slow, this thing's gonna sneak back up on us. I hope you know that, buddy. If you keep going slow, this is just gonna sneak up on us. And it's not gonna be fun when it does. Zoom in on Harrisburg. Alright, there's my route right there, actually. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Keep taking 13. That'll take me all the way to Kentucky. Okay. Starting to look sloppy. I don't necessarily want to stop right there. I can see inflow winds. So it is pulling stuff in. That may be part of why it's not really going very tornadic. Is because it's 63 degrees right here. Not very warm. Which we didn't expect it to be. At this point, if I can follow this road far east, go into Kentucky, hopefully, once I get somewhere closer to that area, I'll be able to get over and, or be able to pull over and try to get some shots of this. But I got to get ahead of this crap first, because if I stop for very long, I'm going to get overtaken, and it's not going to be a fun day at all. Definitely pushing it here. Okay, this was my fear with this, is that the tornadic potential pretty much swamps itself and I pretty much get chased by an MCS. But at least I knew this was a possibility. There are tornado warnings on it still, but I don't really see any clean pockets of rotation. A lot of it's really messy, and I think a lot of these tornado warnings are more precautionary than anything. Okay, did they just drop the new SBC outlook? They did. They trimmed back the risk significantly, actually. SBC significantly trimmed the risk. I'm just gonna keep on trucking. Go over towards Morganfield. Hell, I'm in a decent spot right now if I want to stop for a second, but just a second. I'm not stopping for too long. I'm not stopping for too long. I'm just stopping just enough to get my bearings here. Okay, let's point the stream back. See if we can catch any of this lightning. Yeah, there's a little bit of it. So right behind us is what we're watching. It's what's chasing us. Behind us, what you're seeing is Harrisburg, Illinois. That is behind us. So we're between Harrisburg and Equality at this point. Getting a little deja vu from a chase last year, but that's fine. We're going to probably take this road into Kentucky, where I finally have some doable south routes. I just got to get across the Ohio River before we can do anything. So here comes a lot of rain, so it's time to keep going. I've got to try to stay ahead of this. If I'm going to be able to catch much when I get in Kentucky, I got to stay ahead of this precip core, because this precip core is going to make it a nightmare trying to do anything. Because not only is there rain ponding up the roads, you also have wind built in with it, which is what I'm taking right now. So, taking rain and wind pretty decent. So that's why I'm trying to keep ahead of it. Whoa, big lightning flash. I hope that was lightning and not a power flash, because that was abnormally bright and blue. Shouldn't be a power flash. We don't have anything going on around us that would cause a power flash. I don't know what that is. There's nothing. Straddle it. caught in a rainy mess eventually, because this is moving faster than the precip out ahead. So this precip out ahead is going to absorb into it, and then we're really going to have a nightmare on our hands. In terms of rain, like everything's going to get shrouded in rain, which the majority of this storm is already getting shrouded in rain, which is making this incredibly difficult to try to chase and figure out, oh, wind, I can see it. Yeah, it's making this incredibly difficult to punch through, because I've got to try to control this car and watch what's going on. So, oh yeah, oh yeah. It's a lot of inflow wind. Getting freaking plastered right now. Just a heads up, we are getting a surge of southerlies near Equality, Illinois, just ahead of the line. Out of nowhere, it just picked up pretty good. So.
I still keep my eye on it. That stuff up there to my north near like Norris City. That by this point is what I've got my eye kind of glued to. Stuff to my north, near like Norris City, Omaha, all in Illinois. I'm getting close to right where Kentucky and Indiana both come together with Illinois, so I'm going to be like right by that area, near like Mount Vernon, Indiana. So good lightning though. Yeah, I'm not far from being caught in the middle of a rainy mess. So if I could get in Kentucky,
possibly move to the south. Oh God, wall of tornado warnings. My bet might be to get into Kentucky and pop south. That would probably be a safe bet because this is all getting ready to get real messy real quick. Oh, big southerlies. Huge tornado warning for Paducah. So what if I go down towards Princeton? How about that? How does Princeton sound? Let's see where I've got options. Highway 60 straight to Princeton. Good, we'll take that. Alright. We're cooking. I'm about to abandon this and drop south in Kentucky. See if I can't get on this other MCS. Got that one. Yeah, so a lot of this is just lightning. Yeah, this is getting ready to turn into a real giant mess. So I think I'm going to go down south where I've got more of the tornado warnings. In the original area where I said was going to be more prime before I turned and went north. In typical Blaze fashion. So I'm going to see if I can't go into Kentucky. We're going to follow Highway 60 all the way down to Princeton. And hopefully by that point we'll be in position for the stuff behind it that's just a wall of tornado warnings. Illinois 1. I am in that territory. A lot of chasers moving towards the same stuff I am. If I drop south where I don't have an MCS absorbing another MCS, that'd be great. Depending on what it does, I could let it, I don't know if I'm going to let it modoc me yet, but I do have the parkway. So I really, honestly, I've got the parkway I can follow. Only problem with the parkway is it does eventually get very tree covered. So I'll eventually on the parkway go into a spot that I don't want to be in. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. I'm going to get down to Princeton so I have the parkway available to me. Hopefully I get a little more in depth on where I'm actually going to like hopefully stop at in Princeton for a second. Oh my God. Downpour, I don't like this. That's going to slow me down. God. make it a little more easier for you guys to see, so you can see where I'm at. By this point, I'm trying to outrun this MCS and get to the southern end of it, because this one, there's two MCSs starting to try to collide here, and I do not want to be in between, sandwiched between those when that does happen, because that's going to be a huge burst of rain and wind. It's probably not going to end very well. So I'm just going to go ahead, drop south once I cross into Kentucky, go towards a wall of tornado warnings, because this one's pretty much losing all its tornadic ability. I'm going to go back south. I've got my thing set to Princeton, Kentucky, so I've got the parkway. I can literally ride the parkway and keep ahead of it. I'm able to do a high enough speed to try to keep ahead of it on the parkway. So that's going to be huge, just trying to stay ahead. Where am I going here? I don't know what it's wanting me to do. 3 miles to the river. Get across, drop south, hopefully where we don't have any falling rain. I can make it south a lot quicker. So I'm still trying to battle this system. I need to get on the south end of it where I don't have two colliding MCSs. So that's going to make for a fun day. If I get caught in between these when they actually do go boom. Be getting right across the river here in just a second. I think that's exactly what we're doing here. Yep, there's a bridge crossing the river. Get ready, because I feel like the wind is going to be really crazy coming up on this bridge. This is trippy. This curved bridge, this arched bridge is really trippy right now. Look at these supports the way they are. Okay. We're back in Kentucky. That's good. gas state, or I'm not going to like it at all. We'll see how well this district takes care of their roads. Because you got some Kentucky Transportation Cabinet districts that take really good care of their roads, and you got some that forget that roads even exist. So should be in the clear to take off. But this thing is creeping up behind me. Alright, 109, that's the road we're taking. Am I yielding to anybody? No. Yeah, we're going. Dive south towards Princeton, Kentucky, where I've got the Western Kentucky Parkway. Try to keep ahead of this thing. So, because the speeds I'm going to have to do are definitely pullover range if I'm not on a pretty good highway. At least with the Parkway being speed limit 70, I can hopefully keep ahead of this. South. Where's Providence, where I was trying to go? Probably Providence. I bet it was Providence that I'd sent it to. No, it wasn't. Yeah, it was Princeton. Okay. So I'm definitely going to be, where the fuck is this thing? Okay. I hate how Apple Maps just randomly thinks I'm driving through the middle of a field. Okay. Keep on trucking. dropping south because the western MCS is angled a lot more, so it's starting to merge in and interact with the front MCS, and it's creating a lot of funky stuff that I don't want to be caught up in the mix in. It's losing its tornadic ability, so I'm going back down south like my original plan was, because I figured it was going to be a little more tornadic down south, and sure enough it is. There's a wall of tornado warnings I'm going after. So I'm going down towards Princeton. Hopefully I can make it there before the MCS does. I should. There's a little bit of rain that I'm probably going to have to go through, but it's not terrible. As long as I beat the MCS, that's all I care about. So if I can beat it, I can get on the Western Kentucky Parkway and I can start to ride the storm. I should be able to follow it a long way. So I don't know. Let me, okay, I just gotta watch these curves here. Pull this radar up. They're on. Definitely looks like it could be a little spicy, for sure. Might be a couple spicy. Honestly, this don't look very tornadic either. This looks like it's pretty much transitioned into a full-blown linear windbag is what it's looking like. It's looking like it transitioned straight into that, which is not to say it's not going to drop down some tornadoes, but it's going to be extremely hard for me to find where it's actually going to do it. I mean, they're outlining tornado warnings where they think they can pop up quick, but I mean, these tornado warnings they're putting out are freaking 30 miles tall. And it's hard to find a little 50-yard section out of 30 miles where a tornado could come through. So this is definitely transitioned into a linear windbag more than anything, and any tornadoes that come out of it are probably not going to be very detectable on radar unless they come out like the perfect time. But these QLCS tornadoes, they pop up a lot of times in between radar scans. I mean, the radars right now, they're in VCP 212, which means it's a rapid refresh, so it scans rapidly. So probably every 2 to 3 minutes we're getting a new update, and these things can touch down in between those 2 to 3 minutes. They happen that fast. So it's going to be really hard to really figure out and pinpoint where something's going to happen. So I'm going to get down where I can follow the parkway and just try to keep ahead and see if I can't hopefully use my rear camera to maintain line of sight for y'all once it gets to that point.
Lays, where are you at right now?
Dropping south towards Princeton, Kentucky, so that I can keep up with these storms on the Parkway. Oh, this is a wonderful road to be on right now. Oh, I am enthusiastic that it chose this road. Oh yeah, I would not be surprised if I come across a tree now. Hey, a flood wall. Look at that. That's my next road. 365. they dropped all the tornado warnings. At least most of them. There's some around the Mayfield area. There's still a tornado warning around the Mayfield area, but that's the only one left in near range. Still sandwiched between 2 MCSs. That's freaking fantastic. This is the last place I want to be, is sandwiched between 2 MCSs. So, oh boy. Yeah, that deer clip, that deer running out in front of me, that's absolutely getting clipped. That's getting used again. Still going down. Hang on, this must be the flat part of Kentucky too. Really hoping today was going to be a day that I could get excited and start hollering some stuff. I may be exhausting my last chance to have that ability. That this is going to hold it. So. And that, Jesus! I'm going to produce a bunch of tornadoes east of me, but at the same time, I was not about to night chase in a place that I've never been before. Like, if I'm gonna night chase in Mississippi, I'm gonna do some day chases first. So, I just, there was no chance you were gonna get me to willingly night chase the Mississippi jungle where I've never been before. Like, I'd rather do some day chases. I hope that was lightning. I mean, we're gonna be flirting with this thing, that's for sure. It's gonna be an interesting flirt. Yeah, we are gonna be flirting with this. Oh show's coming out now. That's good. Really flirting with this. Oh, I hope I can make it to the parkway. I just got to get on the other side of that bulge. I should be able to feather it. I hope. I gotta get gas at some point too, so that's also gonna suck. Because I'm below half the tank, so I can get to the parkway and punch it towards Dawson Springs. If I can get ahead enough where I stop at Dawson Springs, fill up, and get right back on the road, possibly. I just don't know if Dawson Springs, I believe they've got a gas station right by the interstate, or right by the parkway. They should, at least. I hope. I'd hate to be filling up with gas and get hit, though. We're gonna get hit by that on this road. At least you get a light show out of the deal, so you can see all this lightning. And then possibly see me get frustrated by getting overtaken by this thing. Okay, let's go down a little bit. Let's take a look at this. It is windy. It is windy. Try to keep the pace up a little bit. If it takes us to Fredonia, there's probably a 100% chance we're about to get modocked by this thing, get stuck behind it. If that's the case, we're gonna be cooked. We're gonna be done if that happens. Place ain't flooded. Oh, if it's so flooded, I'm gonna be so mad. Yeah, I'm probably getting ready to take an unavoidable hit here. This seems very likely right now by this point. Why is it taking me this way? Is something wrong with 60? Cubby. East. Yes, I might be able to stay ahead of this. But I am playing with fire right now. Threading a needle. I guess not really fire. It's not that strong. It just put me out of position. Render the rest of the chase null and void due to not being able to keep up. Because once you get that heavy rain ahead, there's... Oh, is this gonna... Are we about to cook? Oh, we're going east. We're cooking. I see what it's doing. I like what it's doing. Here we go. We might be cooking here. I just gotta really let her go. Fighting to stay ahead of this. Fighting dearly to stay ahead of this, but I may not be so lucky. It found a road that was straight for a little bit, but now that it's not straight, it's gonna be hard. Because I'm not able to keep pushing at the same speed. But now that it's not straight, it's gonna be hard. Because I'm not able to keep pushing at the same speed that the storm is. Faster than the storm, at least. I'm holding about equal, if not slower at times, which means average speed is less than what the storm's doing because of these frickin' turns. It sounds like I'm not far from finding a spot, riding it, and give it a little bit and going home. Sounds like I'm not very far from it. Find a good spot to... Hello. Mornings. There's moorings on the bottom. Looks like it's just slowly losing the steam as it goes down. Hello, dear. it. God damn it. This is why I hate Kentucky. Alright. I know I live in the state and it's easy for chasing because it's super close. God dang, they have terrible roads, a terrible road network. God. How about you turn your high beams off, Jack Buck? How about that? I don't want to be here. Choose the winding. Oh boy, this is about to get bad. I can sense it. Sense it creeping up on me. I think when I get to Dawson Springs, I'm going to go ahead and let it happen. Alright, we're going to shoot south on this road. Do I still not have connection to the stream? Are you serious? Are you serious? Are you actually serious right now? God. Cooperate. Ooh, hail. Oh, I want that hail. I want that hail. Stop going from the interstate into the fucking hail. guess I got service again. I sent a message in the IWW chat. Pretty much it was licking on my neck. I was on these back roads where I wasn't able to get at a faster pace in the storm, so I just found a church parking lot to get off and take a hit. I'm behind it now. It was very anticlimactic.
Yeah, your service went out for a second, but I gotta back up now.
Oh, it was more than a second. I'm still waiting for the stream to come back up. Yeah, I feel like most of the warnings were just precautionary. Yeah, I feel like most of the warnings were just precautionary. Gas station here. I guess I can fill up at it, take a piss. Think about it. Got my best option. Thank you. I didn't know that. I didn't know there were severe thunderstorms in the area. Okay. Take this with me. Alright, Central City. Fuck it. Whatever, it ain't low. I'll look at it. Alright. Now we'll start to issue warnings. Oh my fuck, dude. good at all. Oh God, Morgantown, Caneyville, Litchfield. Oh boy. bitch.